Мікрофони, ми що з ними робимо? Нічого. І ми говоримо всі в мікрофон, так? Да? Угу. Да, доброго дня, шановні учасники.
Dear colleagues, good morning. Those who can hear us online, thank you for our speakers for participating in our panel discussion, which is dedicated to reintegration of temporarily occupied territories. Today we have the possibility of those who are watching us online to ask the question in the chat, and while we have our discussion during 1 hour and a half, our speakers will answer the questions. I'm moderating the day. We have a lot of speakers and everyone is present here. All of them are very interesting personalities. Within this 1 hour and a half, we will try to discuss different comprehensive and complicated issues. All of the speakers have their own specialization, but all the aspects which are linked with the reintegration of the temporarily occupied territories will be discussed today. I remember how a year ago we had a similar panel discussion, and maybe some of you participated in this discussion, and then we could have a comparison of what have happened in 1 year. There was a brief of this situation 1 year ago, and this year the experts of RPR had the proposals. In our working panel, we have those participants. Mr. Anton Korynevych, who is a permanent representative of President of Ukraine in Autonomous Republic of Crimea, and also he is one of the heads of the working group on the reintegration on the legal reform, if I'm right with your positions. We also have Svitlana Kolyshko, who is the head of the human rights team in the UNDP, Olexandr Pavlichenko, Executive Director of Ukrainian Helsinki Human Rights Union, Alyona Lunyova, expert at Human Rights Center ZMINA, Nelly Yakovleva, the MP, Deputy Head of the Parliament Committee on Human Rights, Deoccupation, Reintegration of Temporarily Occupied Territories, Mr. Roman Romanov, who represents the International Renaissance Foundation, Human Rights and Justice Program, and Mr. Igor Yaremenko, who is the Deputy Minister for Reintegration of the Temporarily Occupied Territories of Ukraine. We have a very short question, 1 minute. What is the key challenge in the reintegration policy right now? What would you pay most attention? Just 1 minute for everyone. And then we will have a longer answers. Mr. Igor, please. So let's start with me as I represent the ministry. I believe that the strongest challenge for the state is the reintegration in a safe way. The reintegration which will not provoke any security threats or social threats for the state, which could have a negative impact on the security of our state. Thank you for this remark. Yes, this safe reintegration is entering the dimension of the discussion. So for me, integrity is the most important part because there are no primary and secondary aspects. So if we have some weak parts in this reintegration policy, then it's very complicated to make it successful or safe. As for now, we have some successes in some areas, but to have a comprehensive approach is not yet possible. So for everyone to believe in it, so that we are not just reiterating some mottos or slogans, but just a comprehensive approach should be needed. I would like, first of all, to agree with the two previous speakers about the importance of the aspects they mentioned. On my part, I would like to say about the restorage of social bridges. We are speaking not to lose the connection with those territories. We understand that occupation is going on and our integration process will be also on. So that's different aspects, the documents of Ukraine, the certificates, the possibility to enter the universities. I believe that coordination and integrity of the policy should be important, and it is important in drafting the policy. But now a very strong issue that the issues which existed 5 years ago still exist. Those who are victims of this conflict, so they are like a snowball, which is in fact have this effect of rolling around and gathering and growing bigger and bigger. So the issue of certificate of birth for the newly born children, and then we will have the issue of the passports. So we believe that those reintegration process should be focused on the needs of those living there. And I will add to what have already mentioned other speakers. The challenge is the pragmatic approach and the realistic approaches, and the citizens living on those territories should know about them, and they should be very easy to perceive. So this should not be declarations, but this should be the efficient practical steps, and also the issue of communication as well. So it's like a necklace. We are joining the interesting and necessary elements. So and the speakers already mentioned of what I was thinking about, the necessity of reintegration of a human being. It's not possible to reintegrate the territory if people are not ready for this. And I believe that it should be human-based approach while we are drafting the reintegration policy. The communication and the setting up a dialogue is an important part. Good morning. The key question you asked, and I would be focused on the three points which are, from my mind, most important. The first one is the importance of the coordinated uh, efforts both of the state authorities as well as NGOs. So we cannot have the separation between the state and the watchdog. That's why this joint approach and coordinated one is of utmost importance. Then also the connections with the citizens, such factors as COVID situations, and when the checkpoints were closed. And we have to keep those connections with those citizens. And number three, this important element of reintegration as transition justice is also part of the activities of the state institutions. And also it's in the should be in the action plans of the Ministry of Reintegration. So these are not only the talks, but rather the steps what we have to do. Thank you for our speakers for their vision on what are the key challenges this year for reintegration. Also, you mentioned the communications and comprehensiveness of policy within this year, which passed after our last discussion. We have a minister which was established, and the vice prime minister was appointed. So we are moving some way forward in this institutional aspect and perspective of this challenge. So I'm passing the floor to the representative of the ministry. What's your vision of the situation? How you consider integration in your ministry on the human rights? I'm passing the floor to Mr. Igor Yaremenko. We have 5 minutes agenda to have a fruitful discussion between everyone. For those who are watching us online, you can ask the questions. So we have communications through the chat. Thank you for the possibility to start this discussion. I will be trying to be as brief as possible. I will be rather happy to answer questions than to lecture. This year, the Ministry of Reintegration was restored. I will be frank while saying that beside the reintegration issue, another challenge was for the ministry the establishment, formation of the ministry was this challenge itself. But I will be focused on the safe reintegration, which I already mentioned. What does the safe reintegration mean? It's the possibility to preserve the state, the possibility to have the territorial unity and not to force some inadequate reaction by some activities. The state, Ukraine as a state, should protect all their citizens, and in order to have the possibility to protect them, the state should exist. That's why while we are speaking about the safer integration, we are then taking in mind the negotiation process in Normandy format and in Minsk. And our minister is sometimes compared or mixed with the negotiation team. We have a vice prime minister who is participating in this negotiation, but not the ministry itself. So while he is involved in those negotiations, we know what is happening there. So for the first time, the safer integration was suggested by Alexei Reznikov, and his main statement is that we should provide first the safety and security aspect on the temporarily occupied territories, and then the political solution. So that's the consequence how it should happen. The security issue is open, and we are searching for the alternative ways to come to the border close faster than our border police could. And we're speaking about the economic development, about the economic strategy of development of Donbass, and we have prepared our proposals. They are now reviewed in the state authorities, and then they will be represented to the general public. So they will be inclusive, social and economic development. We are also speaking about the legal aspect, which means that we should design draft of legal initiatives. We call it the transition period, which should suggest the solution of challenges very pressing for the citizens on the territories. We receive letters. What will happen if I will collaborate in any of the ways with the occupational power? Saying, to be frank, I will say you I'm always taking it very personal because usually the letters are starting with the word that I am a citizen of Ukraine and I would like to live in Ukraine. But I have the situation like this that I am living on the territory of the occupied territory, and I received dozens of those letters. And so everyone is asking what will happen after the deoccupation. So as the state, we should give a clear message to those living on the territories what will happen later. Who should bear a responsibility and what type of responsibility for the activities? We are also speaking about the amnesty. The amnesty cannot be general because there are people who could not be amnested. These who committed the criminal offenses or crimes against humanity. We do not like the word amnesty. We are trying to bring on the surface the notion responsibility, liability, because we understand that a lot of those people are victims. So we have to act accordingly. And the third element, which I will name and then we'll stop, we are trying to communicate with people on the occupied territories to preserve this dialogue. We are trying to simplify their life within our possibilities. And this means the checking point of the service zones. We opened a new service zone in Shastia. In 2 weeks, we are planning to open a new service zone in Novotroitsky. And next year, it will be in all of the checkpoints. So, and as we are moving the services online and also inviting the young people to enter the Ukrainian universities. In this way, we are trying to keep the communication. Thank you, Mr. Igor. I believe that you will have the chance to add some comments to your main statement, what you have said. From what you've said, that the legislation for the transition period and the economic and social development uh, of the controlled territories, and also the issues of communication and the Minsk process. So the phrase safe reintegration first was mentioned in Mariupol Economic Forum, and that was the words of the President of Ukraine. These different approaches to reintegration can sound without real policy as some mottos, but the content of this security issue depends on us, on the policy. How are we going? We have also the representative of the power, and then so I'm discussing you what is the best way. I just would like to add that I believe that civil society is also power as well as the representatives of the state officials. Unlike the civil society, they have the influence and also responsibility. So there is a difference between two. So I would pass the floor to Mr. Nelly. Good afternoon to everyone, to the speakers and those watching us online. I'm very happy that within this dialogue, within this conference, we are starting our day with the discussion of reintegration, because it's a very topic which is linked with a number of other topics. And this topic cannot be monopolized by any of the state agencies. And even within our work in the parliament, we are very often in the situation that there are draft laws on the reintegration or policy of the temporarily occupied territories, but they are in other committees because they have a more important part in other specialized committees. So we are mainly advocacy of this reintegration process. We understand that the armed conflict in Donbass and in the Crimea uh, is the reason of the huge violation of human rights. So the restoring of those rights is one of the important issues. And we know that now the Ukrainian power cannot control this situation, and in fact, a lot of crimes are not brought to liability. And that's the power of the NGOs and the international organizations who could collect this data. So we also have to consider this social tension and also the restoring of these rights. And when the occupation happened, we will need the facilitated dialogue. As for the work in the parliament, I can only say that in the reintegration issue, the parliament is having not a comprehensive approach, but rather a sporadic one. So we had law 2689, the draft law on war criminals, but the legal name of it is the implementation of the provisions of International Criminal Justice Convention, and it will we will have the possibility to bring to liability those who committed the crimes against the humanity. And also in summer, we had the law adopted, which allowed the possibility for the students from different the students from occupied territories have the possibility to enter the Ukrainian university. But if we compare with different uh, previous years, we can say that the number of those students increased. And when the electoral code was adopted, we had we gave the possibility for the IDPs to vote, and it was a very nice idea to restore their constitutional rights. So now we are or designing the draft law on covering the of restoring the damages. uh, and we also have this provision on the reimbursement of the losses of dwellings and buildings. But if we speak about the comprehensive state policy, we do hope that the president will give an initiative by publishing the law on transitional initiative, transitional justice, and through this concept of transitional justice, we can have this building basis for a comprehensive policy, and we understand that it's not a one-day issue. Thank you, Mrs. Nella. for the work of the parliament. And you also spoke about the draft, the law on education. Of course, there are some different aspects, but it's a separate even topic for discussion. And we were speaking about the necessity of the dialogue and about different aspects of which the parliament is taking care of. And the issue of the compensation and the amnesty. And I believe that it will be logical to pass the floor to Anton Korynevych, that the transitional justice and the concept of the transitional justice, what it means, and how these documents are being moved forward. And as you are permanent representative of the President of Ukraine in the Crimea, what are your main priorities and your main aspects? 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. It's very important that today we are speaking about the reintegration and human rights at this conference for dialogues of reform. For us, the representatives of the president in the Republic of Crimea, one of the most important issues is the occupation and reintegration of the Crimea and the city of Sebastopol. But of course, in the main part of our citizens of Ukraine, they are citizens of Ukraine as all the others people living in other different territory. That's why this connection and communication with those citizens is one of the most important aspects. For us, it's very also important that all the state institutions of Ukraine, which are working on the Crimea issue, to participate in all the areas of reintegration and the occupations. They should be involved in all the commissions and working groups, so they should not be on some edges, but rather in the center of all the work. So we should have we believe that our representative office should be an expert center which accumulate all the information linked to citizens of the Crimea and to suggest the solutions.
It's also very important for us to switch to an active strategy implementation for deoccupation and reintegration. Of course, this remains our priority. And here we really hope that the government will move forward on this and we will enjoy some results eventually. Another priority is to do with links with our citizens, starting with online services and up to 24/7 uh, manual communications with border guards to cross the border or get a service and so on. Having said that, we fully understand that the matter of Crimea is a question of internal and external politics, and we understand that without the support of international partners, we will find it very hard to move forward. That's why we are supporting presidential initiative on the Crimean platform, and even small things like visit of a foreign ambassador to the border. We understand that Donbass requires attention, but we also have Crimea. So there are no secondary issues in our work on the Crimea, and they all require attention. Same goes for education. It's very important that the number of applicants from Crimea to Ukrainian colleges and universities goes up. We do see that, but we want to see more of the same. And education is something where we can improve. But the president's contribution, of course, was invaluable to this. And we believe this is a very important and very strong move. Transitionary justice is an important element of reintegration policy too, because this is the thing that makes it possible for us to talk to our citizens about what future holds for them. And this is something that talks about renewal of human rights in the context of military conflict and so on. So in this context, I am very glad to have the working group on reintegration of temporarily occupied territories, and many of members of that working group are actually now here on this stage, and I think this happens to be a good synthesis of efforts of legal communities, scientists, scholars, government, NGOs, and no doubt transitionary justice is an important factor introduced by the president. And we understand that this is a very sensitive issue, and it's important to avoid doing any harm. And even the term, when you speak to an English speaker about traditional justice, it's a much broader concept. But when in Ukrainian you say that, it's mostly about court. So we need to brand this idea to make sure that transitionary justice needs to be explained. We need to communicate to the public what stands behind this. And it requires a lot of work. And we need to work with the public, with the media, to explain all of this. But the concept itself has been developed by the working group. It is now under consideration by the president. And come what may, transitionary justice is now already the subject of activity of organs of government of Ukraine. And so we will dedicate a lot of attention to this in the future. Thank you for your description and the work you do. And thanks for sharing your plans with us. Thank you for your work with the expert community. Now I'd like to pass on to Elena Lunyova. We're not deviating from Crimean topics yet. Thank you, Yulia. I would also like to talk about conclusions and accomplishments of this year and what it would be worth working on in the future. And starting from September, We have a fairly reinforced infrastructure for reintegration because the Committee on Human Rights has been renamed and they've changed their focus slightly. And now this raised the issue of reintegration at a higher political level. The Ministry for Temporarily Occupied Territories and Reintegration has changed their structure too. And so this was quite obvious. It is now the Ministry of Reintegration, and the ministry is now focusing on the element of on the element of reintegration as their priority. And it keeps the public abreast of things. But at the same time, coordination between government departments remains a challenge. Coordination between different organs of government should improve for next year. But having said that, we have old challenges that people have because of the military conflict. Most of those have been solved this year. And people participated in elections and NGOs. This is something that NGOs have been trying to make possible for years. And the same goes for education, for children residing on temporarily occupied territories, and NGOs have been emphasizing the need for this since 2014. And finally, luckily, the decision has been made, and it's not just this norm of the legislation that was supported by the president, and we understand that people on the occupied territories feel pressure and they are overwhelmed by the foreign propaganda. So we expect that in 2021 we'll make some more decisive steps. But so far, this is an issue that has been fairly controversial. And of course, the COVID-19 did not help the issue at all. It only exacerbated the outstanding issues. Another issue is abolishing the law on the free economic zone in the Crimea. And we hopefully by the end of the year, the first bill will be introduced to Parliament. And so that finally this law is abolished because it ensures discrimination amongst the Crimean residents. Compensations are also being paid out, and the NGOs have been working very hard on this, and we don't have decision-making tools currently. And we hope that the new bill will certainly contribute to further solutions in this area. such as, for instance, social protection of prisoners of war and who are held on the Russian territory against their will. So generally, we can say that it's important to move away from slogans in the policy of reintegration to actions, practical grassroots actions. Uh, People have issues with documents, pensions, access to medical services, healthcare services. All of this means we need to uh, take practical steps and make sure that next year these issues will be solved. Thank you, Alyona, for your comments and your overview of the current state of play. And I hope that the parliamentary working group will be more effective and productive compared to their predecessors. And it's important to also tackle the issue of political prisoners and hostages that are still held in Russia. And to that effect, I'd like to give the floor Olexandr from Ukrainian Helsinki Union. One of the largest crimes is the deprivation of liberty uh, based on fake allegations, individuals who are currently held against their will, who have been sentenced by the Russian Federation that has occupied Crimea and in Donetsk regions. The problem dates back to 2014, and today, unfortunately, it has not been solved yet, because in Minsk agreements, the issue of mutual exchange of prisoners was high on the agenda, but this is an issue that needs to be tackled as soon as possible. Currently, the Russian Federation, who started the aggression and who bears responsibility for this, uses this as a leverage tool and coercion on the occupied territories. And we are now talking about both Crimean territory as well as Donetsk and Lugansk region. So first, we need to provide access to these individuals as well as their status, because you can't strip people of their citizenship, because this is the brutal violation of humanitarian law. And a good example is Mr. Sentsov, who was forced to take Russian citizenship. Today, they continue to arrest people in Crimea. They are supporters, and they are often more organized Crimean Tatars who work within Crimean solidarity, or they could be sympathizers with those who have been arrested based on dubious allegations. Crimean Tatars are brought to criminal responsibility for on the grounds of terrorism. They also introduce severe limitations. And today, we find ourselves in the situation whereby Ukraine needs to ensure support to those who are kept in the places of deprivation of liberty and try to bring them back to Ukraine. This is a challenge, and in addition to this, we have a so-called gray zone of law in Donbass and Luhansk regions, and those who get some verdicts or are kept in the places of deprivation of liberties, they have neither been convicted nor are they suspects. So the status of these individuals, compensation to these individuals, and legal support is to be ensured and provided on the permanent basis. This year, we only managed to hand over 10 individuals and exchange 10 individuals, and they have already returned to Ukraine. This issue needs to remain high on the agenda, and we need to fight for every individual who is forcefully kept in Russia or the occupied territories. Thank you very much for bringing this up to our attention. Of course, human rights protection on the occupied territories is one of the key challenges for us, and Ukraine's capabilities are rather limited in that respect. Now, I'd like to give the floor to Svitlana Kolyshko, who is head of the Human Rights Protection Group. Thank you. A lot has been said already, but one way or another, we keep getting back to the issue of reintegration and human rights. And this is one of the ways of doing it. But there are many aspects to this issue. It could be quite topical for individuals residing on the occupied territories, such as access to administrative services, because, of course, there is an economic and social block of rights, and it is not really discussed widely enough. And in this major block of problems is linked to transitionary justice. It's important that we now have a vision. It's a task for the future, but we can work already today on these issues and move forward, because if the matter stays undecided, it may feed rumors and misinterpretation, and these issues need to be handled today. We should also be introducing the instrument of renewed justice and protecting rights, economic and social rights, and specific real steps could be made to help people in that respect. And a good example, uh, and we talked a lot about this, and government representatives as well, it's important to tackle the issue of education and allow the IPDs to vote. Many of their problems have been tackled, even though people were intimidated in the past. Now, I'd like to perhaps turn to sociology, and perhaps this data is not perfectly accurate, but we can see that people are tired on both sides. People are tired of war, they are tired of insecurity, and people are ready for integration. Yes, there could be some differences in terms of how this should be done, but we feel that people are beginning to feel the need for integration. More than 50% of the population support the idea of reintegration on the occupied territories. So we need to take specific steps to make it happen and maintain dialogue in the society, because we often say there is no full-fledged support, but you never get a full-fledged support. There are always diversities of opinion, and very few people remain indifferent. But this is an important topic for everyone. And in this respect, we need to build effective communications and people's perception and access to information on the occupied territories are limited. They can't follow what the Ukrainian government is doing. And sociology polls confirm that. People who often travel to Ukraine, they tend to support the reintegration more. So it's important to explain what the real situation is to individuals who have not been visiting Ukrainian controlled territory and are simply unaware of what's going on. So that means there could be some deviations, and it's important to continue to raise these issues in high places and keep people informed. Thank you, Svitlana, for sharing your thoughts and focusing on communications, need for communications. And indeed, it's public opinion. We have open research. We have polls, and there is a diversity of opinion, and a lot was mentioned about transitional justice, human rights, and various aspects of these important things. I'd like to give the floor to Roman from Renaissance Foundation. And as far as I know, the foundation has been actively involved in the issues of reintegration since 2014. Could you share your thoughts with us on the latest developments? Thank you. Indeed, the Renaissance Foundation has paid a lot of attention to the armed conflict and all the aspects related to it. And um, war crimes and cooperation with international institutions. And I must say, throughout this, uh, we now feel stronger, and the list of actions that have been taken or are being taken uh, testifies to the fact that we have been making progress. However, if you compare it to actions of the Russian Federation, we of course understand that this is a well-prepared military operation, but look at how quickly they bought the loyalty of local population. It was a well-staged scenario. And we now probably don't know all the details about this operation. So from the standpoint of government policy, there are a few things we need to consider. So in this sense, we need to pay attention to a few important things. First of all, there are no secondary elements. The policy should be holistic and all-encompassing, and we really need to get better at this. Developing long-term policy is not something we are good at. So our discussions often look at short-term goals, but complex tasks such as reintegration of occupied territories can't have short horizons or short-term effects. We need to plan our steps in such a way whereby we can arrive at our ultimate goals on time. And my colleagues have mentioned some priorities and some actions, and they give us some optimism. But we find ourselves in a challenging period because we try to act at the time which seems to be the hardest time. And we, for instance, embarked on our accession to the European Union goal at the time when the EU is actually the least prepared. The same goes for NATO partnership and membership. Now we are talking about reintegration under conditions when international organizations and our partners are too busy dealing with COVID-19, and we can rely on their assistance and support to a much lesser degree. And we need to talk to our citizens on the occupied territories more intensely.
Unfortunately, it didn't happen, and we understand that the social economic challenges on the territory of Ukraine are also high, and the perspectives are not the best. All those circumstances together show that we should have huge pensions goals and understand that the dialogues are needed, but dialogues not only with the citizens of the occupied territories, but also the citizens of Ukraine on the non-occupied territories, because for by a lot of citizens, this reintegration policy is considered as a threat by huge number of citizens of Ukraine. And the success of any steps will be dependent on the fact whether we could set longer-term goals and to involve in this discussion the citizens both of the territory which are occupied, but those also living of Ukraine. Of course, people are tired of what is happening now, and if they do not have the vision of what will be going on, they will not trust the policy. So the policy without the loyal perception of the citizens is not inclined to be successful. That's a sort of a vicious circle. And our understanding that those issues exist will have to be backed also by the resources, and only then we will have the moving forward. Thank you, Mrs. Roman, for this sort of wrapping up of our panel discussion, and also the characteristics of different understanding of reintegration by our society. We didn't speak much about this because both on the territory of Ukraine, on the occupied territories, the reintegration could be considered differently. For some people, it could be understood as a threat. So some people are not ready to understand why we need the integration. Some people have this concept of the wall, to build a wall and to forget about those who are behind this wall. So we have to communicate with all representatives of the Ukrainian society. And also we also have the general scenarios and the specific scenarios. And that's why the Ministry of Occupied Territories, and it's the second part of the name is reintegration. And last year we also discussed on the forum. We had all the speakers, and we had one question from Yaremenko. He is asking the system of management. So how will the territories be managed? That's the if there will be the administration, then how it will be functioning. And I believe that that's also a question linked to a very specific scenarios. And these issues are in fact quite urgent. We also have to prepare the answers for those questions. The last question to the speakers. If you were watching, and I do hope you watched the brief of our experts about the reintegration, then we are raising the issues of pension, of the rights of humans, and also the strengthening of regional representatives in Kherson, in Donetsk and Luhansk regions. I mean, the representation of the offices of Ministry of Reintegration, and also the issue of the COVID, which influences both the Ukraine in general, but also the occupied territories as well. What else can be done? We have up to 10 minutes. What can be added? What can be suggested for a long-term perspective, but for a short one? Maybe it's not a rhetoric question. The deoccupation strategy of the Crimea and of Donbass and Lugansk region. So I believe that if we had the audience right here in the conference hall, then it would be the first question. So where is the document? What could you add about just a short perspective, not a long-term one? Who would be eager to answer? So we were part of those who drafted this brief, but what was not included and what we should mention? I would mention two. That's the resilience and sustainability of processes. They should not be dependent on the political power or on the employees. This should be a comprehensive systemic move forward. And it shouldn't be dependent on the political power. And secondly, the systemic approach. That means that all the challenges should be answered, but not some specific. So the systemic work would have a long-term effect. These are the two aspects which should be implemented through all the strategic documents. Mr. Igor and Mrs. Neda. I fully agree with what Mr. Alexander said. I will just have two remarks. If we speak about temporarily occupied territories, Donetsk, Luhansk, and the Crimea, we should understand that's a comprehensive issue, and it should be considered, those territories should be considered together without any separation. and we constructed this structure of the ministry. We do not have the division on east or west. We just have a functional approach to the occupied territories. And when we speak about the strategy of the occupation as a document, we should understand that there is a public component which will be limited in the volume, and a non-public component. So if we are speaking about the deoccupation strategy, then it shouldn't be publicly discussed. I'm saying this because this huge part will be considered as the treasury. So if we do not know something, then it means that we were treasured. That's what Mr. Roman mentioned. And I call it a strategic pension. That the possibility of us as a state to set long-term goals which should not be changed dependent on the political situation, and we should move forward step by step. But we also should be frank, saying that the occupation is quite a painful and long process which we have to undergo. And to have the success, we should have this strategic pensions by trusting each other and by trusting the power which says that we have our ultimate goal, which is the safe reintegration of all territories, both the Crimea and city of Sebastopol and the occupied the parts of Donetsk and Luhansk regions. I'm very happy that with most of the speakers, we are thinking in the same direction. I believe that we have to move faster. So the continuity of the policy, its sustainability, the vision of the future, how we will be looking, how we will be living further. Thank you. The most pressing point in our work is the strategy of the occupation and reintegration of the Crimea. So there are some uh, there are some aspects of which we haven't done something, and we are very thankful that Mrs. Nelly mentioned this draft law. So the strategy of the occupation and reintegration of the Crimea, we shouldn't say why and we haven't done it. We should, in fact, do it. It's a very important step because there are no secondary issues. Our citizens in Ukraine are watching what the state of Ukraine is doing. And a lot of efforts we have done to start or to restart this process. Of course, we should not discuss all the aspects in public. So when we will have it rolling, then it will be much easier. And now it's the seventh year of the occupation, and it's longer even than the World War II. And I like the statement of Mr. Olexandr that we should establish this systemic institutional approach, and that the agency should function all the time in the same direction, even if the head is changing. So it's our internal work which should be done, and would like to react on the regional representative offices. And I believe that we should strengthen our positions in the borderline issues. But the reintegration and the occupation issues will be decided in the capitals. That's why while we will be moving to the regions, we should be sure that this issue stays in the center. We also were in writing brief, and we haven't talked about the COVID-19. And of course, this closure of the checkpoint, and also it's a window of opportunity for what has not been created for many. That's identification and the digital services for those people, so they can receive some allowances. And so that's also the issue of education. And as the checkpoints were closed and they could not leave the territories to pass the independent test, ZNO. That's why the challenges which set by the COVID-19 to the government allowed to solve the issues. And some communication could be moved to online. And I also think that it could be more space could be dedicated to this topic. I support the speakers who already had assessments. I would like to say that we shouldn't wait for a better time when it will happen, because we can fail and lose the moment what we have. So when we act, start acting, we can elaborate some plans. And the main idea is that we shouldn't stop. In this way, we can lose the opportunities which are open right now. And to wrap up, I'd like to say that communication is the most important issue. Thank you. 2 minutes. I have talked a lot about what haven't been done in the past, and we should remember that crisis is always an opportunity to do something. So if we feel right now are better prepared for the dialogue, for overcoming the crisis, for solving different issues on the occupation and control over the occupied territories, then we should remember that any new challenge is an opportunity. And on small examples, we should show that everything is possible. It's possible in the area of education, in the banking system. It all can also be possible for the management of the state services. So what is not possible right now should be done possible. And in this way to eradicate the barriers. And also by saying that any issue of the occupied territory is the issue of the state of Ukraine, and that Ukrainian citizens are taking efforts to overcome it and succeeding in it. So if we have this horizon of goal coming closer to us. And thank you for those optimistic words on the horizon of opportunities, despite very huge challenges which we have in the policy of reintegration and on what is happening in the occupied territories, and also the need for different resources. And one of these resources is the strategic pensions from the Crimean Tatar patients. And I believe that we should have this strategic pension both for the dialogue as well as for the coordination. And we should advocate these topics both inside Ukraine and outside Ukraine to have this safe reintegration and communication to be not just words, but to have the real policy behind them. If we have any sociology about the priorities now, which are very important for our citizens, that's the deoccupation of the Crimea and the end of or termination of war in Donbass. And these are the issues which are more important for our citizens, even more than corruption and so on. That's why the reintegration and occupation, maybe I'm wrong, but that's the topic which is a cross-cutting one. And it should be included in all the national agencies. That's why we're very thankful to the RPR that you are raising this topic. Thanks to the speakers for covering different aspects of reintegration and the challenges on our way. And thank you to those who watched us. I believe that it's not our last meeting, so thank you to everyone. Thank you for your time and for an interesting discussion. Thank you.
Доброго дня, шановні глядачі, шановні колеги.
Good afternoon, dear
Продовжуємо нашу
ladies and
розмову в
gentlemen.
рамках діалогу
We
про реформи,
continue
наші
our
трудові,
discussions
українська
with the
агенція
theme
реформ,
of
яка
Ukraine Reform
зараз відбудеться
Conference.
наступного року у Вільнюсі. Сьогоднішня наша дискусія
Today's discussion
стосується громадянського
concerns
суспільства та
civil society and its
Олена Полтавець,
evolution.
заступник голови Ради лабораторії законодавчої
I am
ініціативи.
Udana,
Я буду
Deputy
модерувати
Head
нашу
or Director
дискусію.
of Legislative
Також
Initiative
зі
Lab.
мною на
Also
дискусії Роман
with us here, we have Roman Krystyuk, MP, Head of Subcommittee on Education
Комітету Верховної Ради України
of the
з
Parliament of Ukraine,
освіти, науки та інновацій,
Olexandr
Ярема,
Yarema, State Secretary of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine and Head of the Working Group on Developing National Strategy of Fostering Civil Society, Denis Denisenko, Executive Director of a Reanimation Reform Package, Maxim Rasiba, Head of the Civil Society Program, Maria Leti, Deputy Executive Director of Yednanya, and Alexander Yabko from Renaissance Foundation, and Elena Hrivchin from Pact Engage.
Сьогодні ми говоримо про розвиток громадянського суспільства.
Today we talk about
Останніми роками громадянське суспільство
about development of civil society,
і реформ в Україні.
and this was the main catalyst of the civil society and democratic transformations. But
Нам інколи здається, що
sometimes
в Україні дуже розвинена,
civil society is well developed in Ukraine, but facts point to the opposite. Only 18% of the population is involved in the work of civil society, which is much lower than other European nations. Therefore, I'd like to ask our panelists what should be done. Should the civil society be fostered in this country? And perhaps we can discuss the new development strategy. Now, Roman, I'd like to ask you the following. How do you evaluate the level of interaction between civil society and parliament? What should be done in order to improve this cooperation? One of the ways of supporting the growth of civil society is philanthropy. There are also laws of Dubinsky and so on. Thank you for your questions. I welcome everyone. Thank you for inviting me to this panel discussion. It's a whole week of conference. The role of civil society is huge, especially in the latest developments and changes in Ukraine. But we also understand that there is insufficient cooperation with the government, and it fluctuates. Sometimes it goes up, sometimes it goes down. How can we improve this? Of course, through communications with MPs and stakeholders. Uh, Sluha Narodu Party, we created a civil hub in order to maintain a dialogue with the civil society, and but the attempts to improve this dialogue is indeed here. And as the party member, I deal with communications with civil society. Not all my colleagues are ready to meet with civil society representatives. Even the best ones, sometimes I need to explain to people why it is important to meet and share thoughts. Most importantly, to uh, develop this relationship, we are trying to uh, be open. Me, as an MP, I always remain open, but a large number of my colleagues may not understand sufficiently. You need to communicate to them the importance of cooperation. You mentioned 18%. I mean, if you go to the regions in the south of Ukraine, only around 10% of population are involved in the life of civil society and their activities. So we need to develop local initiatives and perhaps activities and projects at the local level in the south trigger less interest from the general public. We, for instance, deal with problems of rayon level and the city of Kiev. And it's even hard to involve people to be part of some projects that concern their own city. But now we have a new law, a new bill introduced to the parliament, and hopefully it will be passed, and it will foster communications. And this is an important legislative initiative, but this is especially important as part of the countering information war. Regarding philanthropy, I agree that people, staff, pay part of their taxes to fund particular NGO, and it solves particular problem. But people think in terms of their percentage of their taxes. They want to have the right to do so, and it is your interest to see that NGO grow and evolve, and so it's a cool thing to fund such organizations because they foster the development of civil society generally in the country. It's very important, and I know that some of my colleagues move forward, and I always support this wholeheartedly because I think this is the right thing to do. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Roman. Later on, we will have a Q&A session. I remind viewers that we have a chat capability, and at the end, we can answer your questions. Now, we would like to listen to Olexandr Yarema. Alexander, now you have the task to develop a new strategy. And last year, together with Council of Europe, we analyzed the implementation of the previous strategy, and our conclusions were rather sad. We saw that goals of strategy were not formulated in a clear enough way, and often we find that this was a step back. How can we learn from lessons? How can we learn from previous experience and avoid these mistakes in the future? Well, thank you for inviting me. Unfortunately, we often tend to have monologues when people talk to themselves. It's important now to formulate the discourse in the context of a dialogue. We need to make sure that the government and civil society hear each other and formulate a joint agenda. In the opening remarks, you mentioned that we have a small number of people involved in civil society organizations, and in the past, the percentage of individuals and public members were much more actively involved in the life of civil society and were engaged, and the expectation was that people will stay engaged and that would foster dialogue. But this didn't happen. And nowadays, when I talk to people, I hear this opinion that for the young people, the government looks rather toxic. And to change that, you need to talk directly to people, not behind closed doors, but to actually talk to people with people where they live, creating youth hubs and platforms for dialogue at different levels, because we understand that there is a national agenda, and it makes it it may make sense to involve them in developing strategies, but it's important to engage people in decision-making process. And so but in this context, a very important aspect is trust, and it concerns all dialogue participants. And when we talk about funding, for instance, and financial support, we understand that we talk about public funds. And it's important that those who come and want to get the public funds, can be sure that it's transparent. And when we develop this joint agenda, and we're now working on the joint strategy to foster civil society development, it's certainly not a document from the civil society for the state or vice versa, but it's a joint document that looks to create new procedures and new tenders, because in the sectoral brief, that not, in fact, only 4 ministries have good links with NGOs. They have competitive procedures and involve civil society representatives in the decision-making process. Ideally, each ministry should become the civil society ministry. And we understand that civil society is very diversified. Some work in environmental area, some work in culture or supporting social aspects or youth. But it's also a matter of training, because when we try to develop new political culture, it's important to, oh, and by the way, recently the government passed a law on public consultations or a strategy and action plans. It's important to see what is next, what comes next. So how can we evaluate success or failure? Perhaps it could be some new criteria. And in the previous strategy, we had positions of this kind, and we understand that this is a successful project. And we try to avoid this in our strategy, and try to avoid the language that is very stereotype, but rather set clear goals and where we want to end up eventually. Today, we have around 200 people from various regions of Ukraine are engaged in drafting the new strategy draft. Of course, COVID-19 made it more difficult because we can't meet personally and communicate, but we do use new online tools and involve in this process community representatives, and we try to take into account this general position. And this is a high-level instrument that will show us and help us to understand where we can end up eventually. And it's important that this cooperation that we are enjoying right now with the civil society lives on, because later on we'll have to distribute financial resources, and we are actually proud of one initiative as a good example of cooperation between civil society and government. It's called Open Government Initiative, and it relies on world documents such as Sustainable Development Goals until 2030 and EU strategy. And based on these issues, we achieve this um, good relationship between civil society and the government by relying on these factors, and it's important to maintain this process, to keep it going.
Дякую, Олександре. Я ще
Thank you,
хотіла
Alexander.
що можна
Just to
записувати
add
запитання.
just to remind our audience, feel free to post your questions in the chat now. Now I'd like to ask Denis Denisenko, together with the reanimation reform package, we developed a brief for the Vilnius conference, and there we highlighted several issues, which includes legislative framework and financial resilience and lack of dialogue with the government and insufficient coordination of processes on the part of the government. Could you please comment on some positive developments and areas where we are lagging behind? Well, perhaps my colleagues will comment. Indeed, we have some powerful messages. I'd like to say and talk about important principles. They are about importance of creating conducive legal environment, because for many years civil society in Ukraine has been basically on its own. The government has not been helping much or fostering its development. Also, government initiatives to parliament should go through public consultations. In the public sector, throughout many years, we saw many experts who could become important player and help the government develop policy and arrive at quality decisions. But when the state develops its plans with the civil sector and the citizens, this creates also trust and quality communications. And quality of decisions improves. But unfortunately, this has not been the case in quite often. So I'd like to use the opportunity and to urge you to support the bill introduced to the parliament on public consultations. I would like to also thank Olexandr and Roman for their participation in the ongoing dialogue, because it shows goodwill to maintain good links between civil society and the government. It's also important to have a common vision about what sort of country we're trying to build here. And to this end, it's important to involve as many NGOs as possible, because they reflect the views of common citizens and the regions of Ukraine. Oftentimes, in Ukraine, civil sector has been an important player, and a lot of reforms were actually championed by the civil sector, such as Prosto or public procurement, Prozoro platform. So it could be an important partner to the parliament and the government. And perhaps my colleagues will add to what I have already mentioned.
Дякую, Денисе.
Thank you, Denise.
Максим Лаципа.
Maxim Latsipa.
Скажіть, будь ласка, ви вже кілька років в
For
займаєтесь
a number of years in your organizations, you've been developing civil society. What successes and what failures do you see? And could you also touch upon the issue of philanthropy
Можливо, скажете
and
більше
funding?
підводні камені цього. Дякую.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Reanimation Reform Package. Thank you for inviting us. Ukraine needs strong government and strong civil society, and we need joint work to solve social and economic problems in this country. Should the government develop civil society? Well, not directly, but the government should create conducive environment. Just like we talk about creating the importance of creating conducive environment for business development and business growth. Same thing for civil society. And so what can be done at the level of legislation? And we developed a map of legal reform. And I'd like to now touch upon a number of points. We keep hearing that it's very important for the government, for this Ukraine to get a new strategy. And the previous strategy is running out this year. And the working group is now working very hard, but we are nearing the end of the development process. The strategy is almost ready, almost finished, but it's important to create permanent dialogue platform between the government and the civil society, and coordinating council comprising government representatives and the civil society representatives are is an important vehicle in this context. And the government has recently renewed the work of this council, but of course, due to lockdown, things got more difficult, but we still should try and move online and continue with our consultations. I'm glad that we recently worked with DIA and platform, and online registration has become possible, and now the single register has been also made available and can be used quite effectively. All of this is very good because it streamlines administrative things significantly. The electronic bidding has also been actively used. It streamlines the work of many ministries and NGOs, and it also enables a lot of savings here. I hope about a month and a half from now, resolution 1014 of the Cabinet of Ministers will be passed. So I hope that in January, the ministry will announce the bidding, electronic bidding process, and we can do away with all the paperwork. It's also important to talk about volunteers. So far, all the expenses for volunteers have been taxed. I think it's wrong uh, because the volunteer work should not be taxed. So we request that the tax code is amended to bring it in line with the legislation. Well, of course, working with the Ministry of Finance is the most difficult experience. We need to improve the dialogue so that the Ministry of Finance can hear us better. It is also important that the organs of self-governance have um, um, more powers and become more actively involved in development of civil society. And we have, since local elections were uh, won by Servant of the People Party, this party should take the leadership and try to do their best to foster the development of civil society at the local level. How do you introduce incentives? Percentage mechanism is a viable mechanism. 1% seems to be a good figure. In Slovakia, for instance, they collect around 16 million euro. And in fact, only a small percentage of citizens have used their right. We need to develop this. The bill is now being finalized, but I think we should discuss it. But at least we can put, enforce the new law with a certain delay. It could be 1 or 2 years later. And local budgets should budget for social expenses and use social order. Unfortunately, this is not being done. And if the servant of the people is as progressive as they claim to be, perhaps you should set a good example and take the lead in these activities. Actually, all these issues are now actively discussed on our hub. And we are now in the process of structuring these issues to arrive at a more effective discussion. It's very important that organs of self-government start their work in a most transparent fashion, and we need to have a charter which would envisage public hearings, budget initiatives, consultations with the public. It's important. And the key thing is to pass the new law on civil procedures. The bill is now with the committee, and it's very good. But what surprises me most is that many MPs are against the right to hear the young people. Ministry of Regional Development claim that they want to involve the young people, but the working group say no. We can only work with the age bracket of 18 and upwards.
So I think that you should join because your authority will be taken into account. Yes, so we were also discussing the ruling of the committee, in fact, the initiative. And we hope that in this area we won't have any postponement, and that the parliament will be moving quite fast. So we will have to report on the beneficiary owners, and it's written that all the legal entities should inform about their beneficiaries. The NGO used to be uh, exempt from this reporting. So whom they should write in this beneficiaries, and no one understands quite clearly what is beneficiary owner, and that's why the issue, which is quite complicated. Maybe we could design a small draft law on amending the reporting system and not to include those two types from the reporting options. And the last point which I would like to mention, that's the safety of the activists. And here we are lacking the dialogue with the Ministry of Interior, because the number of attacks on the activists uh, and the NGO ZMINA claimed that there were around 80 aggression against the activists, around 80, and they would like to share more with the Ministry of Interior and to maybe in a way to monitor the pace of the investigations. So it's possible, it would be great to establish such a council where this dialogue could be held. And in this way, the safety of the activists could be protected. In fact, I have 23 more items, but I will not be reading them, but I will be happy to join the work of your hub. And I'm suggesting that in your center, Parko, to have a dialogue platform for the MPs and the civil society. Natalka Sokolenko is looking at us, who used to be the coordinator of such a dialogue platform in 2012, 2013. All the factions had their delegates on their platform. I think this interfaction with the society dialogue could help us a lot. I don't know that she is ready to come to Parkovy for those meetings and to meet with the civil society, and the MPs from other factions are ready as well. So we will ask Natalka Sokolenko to assist us in those activities. Thank you. I would like to comment briefly. We are not closed in our party. Those platforms are necessary, and they are necessary for us as well. It's easier to move forward when there are representatives of different factions. And Alyona Shkrum, she's doing a lot for the civil society, and we are on the same page with her. Thank you, Maxim. Thank you, Maxim, for your thoughts. I believe that the dialogue with Ministry of Interior is not possible. We have been trying for several years. Maybe we just need a new minister. And now passing the floor to Maria Galati, who is one of the co-authors of the brief on the civil society. I know that you are also supporting the institutional capacity of the NGOs. What do you think about the development of the civil society? Now, also the deputy head of the Initiative of Sectoral Support. The project is supported by USAID, and it's aimed at supporting the sector in the three different dimensions. That's the institutional support, the establishment of good environment, and also research of the possibilities for the society in Ukraine and abroad. I was joining the report, but Maxim has mentioned almost all the items. In the current situation, when we are facing the lack of resources and also other lacking our funds and resources, and the state is focusing on the fighting the coronavirus situation. It's complicated for the civil society to receive some privileges for itself. So this year, some NGOs, some funds of the NGOs were cut because the funds were transferred to the uh, COVID fund. Now we should start talking that this partner for the state, because the civil society is not only the organizations which are fighting for the democracy or rights of human beings or fighting against corruption. Civil society, these are the organizations which are supporting the state in fighting the pandemic, which are supporting the hospitals with the necessary pills and or other equipment which is needed. They are also supporting people who are in a complicated life circumstances, and also they're supporting the veterans and youngs. Very often the civil society are taking the role of the state on itself and closes those and answers to those challenges which the state are closing the eyes. So we should not forget about this sector during the pandemic situation. We have the situation when we have very nice collaboration with the state. That's the profile of the reforms, which was drafted within our initiative, and a number of NGOs were involved in drafting this document, and also collaboration on the strategy. It's a very good collaboration of the sector and the state. But we should think how to improve our sustainability, our financial stability of the sector is the lowest, the worst component, according to the indicator, which the USAID conducts in almost 85 countries. And we do believe that though the sector is the driver of the reforms, and we know that the roadmap of the reforms drafted by the RPR became the way which the state followed in many sectors. That's why we believe that our sectors should be supported financially, and I see that we should focus on it. One of the tools is the percentage mechanism, but we should also think about the tax privileges for business, which is willing to support the NGOs. We should think also about some programs in the ministries, not only in those for which where they already exist, and they could implement the programs which are necessary for the state and for the citizen. Another challenge is the environment, which is friendly to the civil society. We have some attempt to worsen the environment. That's the Dubinsky draft law, but we also have other initiatives that such as the lobbying initiative, which should have solved or regulated the lobbyism in Ukraine, but in fact, they are also covering advocacy. So as the result, the circumstances and the environment could worsen for the sector. We also have initiatives which are trying to limit the right of meetings, and we believe that it will not be good for the civil society. That's why we should not support those initiatives, but try to create the environment which is friendly for the sector. Maybe it should be the online registration of all NGOs and charity organizations, and also to amend the uh, documents. We also have an issue, and Maxim mentioned it, and a challenge for the next is that the safety of the activists, and we should do everything possible for the to increase the number of the investigations. As for now, we don't have those investigations, and it's very important for us to provide the safety, security of the exit. That doesn't mean that it's a person who is working in the NGO. It's just a person with proactive position, and the state should protect the life of any citizen. One important part, which I didn't mention, is the financial part. In Ukraine, we have a huge issue with the financing of the activities. It's very complicated for the NGOs, especially for the not-profit organization, to make some payments abroad, for example, to pay for the services of the experts abroad, because all the bank operations of the NGOs are considered as high risk. It's possible, but it's very complicated. So if the organization does not have a specialist, and then the NGO doesn't have the possibility to develop. So, for example, if some expertise or expert opinion is needed abroad, then it would be good if the NGO should have the possibility to do it in a simplified way. We had an attempt. We we concluded an agreement with in the Hague Center. We granted some funds to them. So first of all, we considered with the bank how much time we needed, what documents we need to submit to prove this payment. And it took 2 weeks for the documents collection, and then 2 weeks for the bank to work on this payment. Thank you, Maria. Then we are passing the floor to Mr. Olexandr Sushko. The Renaissance Fund is dealing with the development of the civil society from the beginning of the independence of Ukraine. If there were no initiatives of your fund, we cannot even imagine how the civil society in Ukraine would have looked like. We can notice that the activists of the NGOs are now being marginalized. Maybe the fund has some new ideas on the development of civil society. Thank you. If someone is fighting with you, then it means that you are a threat to someone. So it's a sign that we have some influence, that we are not on the margins. And it means that we can inform about our agenda and to advocate it. That's why there is some counteraction. There is understanding of some forces that this direction of development is against their own interests. That's why we are not waiting that this antagonism will disappear, or that we will not be able to convince people to stop this counteraction. Why it's happening right now? Maybe this antagonism, this fight, is with the stake of huge changes. So if the civil society used to influence in some sectors, and this influence was quite limited, but in the recent years, we noticed that this epoch showed that these organizations and the active citizens are forming the agenda, and the political forces had to take this into account. And those who are interested in keeping the status quo and preserving Ukraine, the worst practices, which in fact led to our Maidans, and we will counteract on our part. So there are no illusions. We should be ready that you have opponents and they use different methods to weaken the other party. On the other hand, the world is not black and white, and the view depends on what a broad coalition we can build around the values which we support. We see quite often the successes of the civil society were due to some communications, building coalitions and forming the allies, or to advocate the changes which are important. And of course, to neutralize those who are completely against this fight. That's why we are aware that the perspective does not give us easy ways, especially that the stakes are high, and we understand that the changes in the country are happening, and step by step, the country becomes different, and thus the counteraction can be bigger. We cannot say that the civil society does not have the tools of a long-term counteraction. But what weakens us is just that we are fragmented, not united, and that short-term visions are and interests are prevailing, that we are not capable to build long-term partnerships and alliances. And it's as everywhere in Ukraine, we have this short-term vision. But comparing to others, I believe that the social assets of the civil society are higher, that on the platforms of the civil society in the recent years or even in the recent decades, we have noticed this development of the capacity for long-term vision. And a number of reforms which you have discussing at this conference, we can see how important the continuity is. The support which first the support which first grows from small organizations up to bigger alliances through communication with the politicians, through informing the general public, through working over different scenarios and up to presentation of a specific solution. the civil platforms showed the most sustainability comparing to other political platforms, where the short-term visions are prevailing, sometimes from one elections to another or even shorter. And this capability for a long-term advocating is one of most substantial advantages of the civil society in Ukraine. Do we have a certain proposal with which the civil society can come to the politician? The answer is yes and no, because when the activists are coming to the politicians and they see that these issues have a long-term effect and they cannot achieve a quick win and which could be converted into electoral ratings, then they are not very eager to participate in those initiatives. They are saying that these are your long-term uh, activities and we need to be understood by the voters here and now. Sometimes we do not find the support, but having this long-term vision, we have the possibility to show to the politicians that with our support they can achieve bigger results. And during this conference in sector panels and in other days, we saw the experts who, with their personal story, showed how they can collaborate this personal state and uh, the civil society activity could be joined in one person. So these are not closed circles. This is sort of a circulation of best people. Of course, we are willing to have more people with more enthusiasm to work on those strategies and those visions. But we also understand that it's not always possible to have those whom we will to be in power, but it's good that we already have some circulation of people, and these social lifts are functioning, those social elevators. And coming back to the operation to those changes is a natural way of life. But of course, there is risks that this operation could be winning situationally. And then we feel this bitterness of loss. But we understand that the other party does not have a constructive proposal to the civil society. They have this black PR, some discreditation, some other informational campaigns, but they do not have this good vision. That's why that's their weakest part. That's why now, looking into the future, yeah, the civil society has a positive action plan, and that's our main advantage. Not just to react to some negative steps, and it's very good that you are always speaking about those non-friendly draft laws. It's very important to counteract these activities. But the most important part is to have a positive agenda and to advocate it. And I'm very thankful to Maxim who gave a general vision how to improve the work of the civil society organizations. The aim is to create the environment for the proactive citizens to have the possibility to improve the world. That's what Maxim, Maria, and everyone are doing. And that roadmap, which we are talking about, and it generalizes all of those aspects. And we are communicating it not as a self-goal, but as a tool which will bring positive wins not only to us, but also to the state, because the state can use this creative resource, energy of the best people. That's why this panel discussion I consider as a platform between different topics. We decided that we should dedicate one panel discussion to ourselves. So it may look a bit strange, but I believe that there is some sense in this approach, because it's very good to show to the environment that we are not just criticizing or the watchdogs of the activities of power, but we also have a very positive, well-structured program, which is a win-win program, which allows us to see the goals in this very complicated world, but where we can see the possibility to achieve the goals in a long, short, and medium-term perspective, and in this way to perform the necessary steps from the civil society. Thank you, Mr. Alexandr. I think that you gave a lot of materials for the Telegram channels about the conspiracy theory. Now moving to Olen Ribi. We talked a lot at those events about the NGOs as a main player of the civil society. But we would like to speak also about citizens as a driver of development of the civil society. Please, 5 minutes. Thank you, Jan. In my speech, I would like to switch the focus from the NGOs to the citizens. Because a citizen who understands its civil interests and can join, can unite with others to protect those rights, becomes a active representative of civil society. These are the citizens who are coming to the peaceful meetings to gain this experience of protecting in a peaceful way their rights. These who do not only understand but also act together to monitor and to influence the process. That's why the critical question of today is how to bring back to the civil society all those active citizens who were active during the post-Maidan, Maidan, and who are now not willing to proceed. So how can we bring back those people and also to attract young people? It's a very comprehensive and complicated issue, which is closer even to a philosophic action about the motivation and so on. That's why it cannot be regulated or could not be reflected in the national strategy. All the activities of the national strategy are formulated within the institutional paradigm of the civil society as a network of NGOs and some informal initiatives. Of course, there are some activities aimed at individual citizens. These are the instruments of these are the attempts to control the power, to take part in the decision-taking process. But establishing the infrastructure for individual activity does not mean that we will have the increase of those activists. According to the program Dolучайся, 7 Gauge, only 2-3% of citizens are using their rights to comment on the draft laws. Only 5% around 1 year submitted one request about the information. The initiative of petitions to different state institutions were used around 5% of citizens. In 2015, only 1% used it. So we can still have some progress. According to our poll in August this year, only 32% of the citizens said that the experience of civil society activism was positive. Others claimed that this took too much time and efforts in the social activity, were not positive or not substantial. And we can name also a number of barriers. And according to our poll, the top barriers are lack of time and motivation. And also, they do not believe that they can achieve any results. And also mistrust to NGOs and lack of information about what they are doing. And all this area of issues which the NGOs should take care of. And all those non-institutional actors of civil society activism is the responsibility of NGOs. That's why we cannot put responsibility on the state, on its strategies, how to involve citizens into active positions, into active stance. That's why in this context, I think it's quite logical to form not only the recommendations to the state institutions, how to develop civil society, but also the recommendation to the NGOs themselves, how to increase, how to facilitate this individual initiative and self-organization, and to wrap up for the civil sector to develop. It's not only needed for the NGOs to increase their professionals in their topics and to grow their institutional capacities, but they should be very loud, very massive, and very visible. And they should be effective to any active citizen who is an important part of the civil society.
Дуже дякую, Олено.
Thank you very much, Elena. We still have a couple of minutes to get the final closing remarks. Anyone wants to take the floor?
Якщо реакцій нема, ще кілька
If there aren't any,
чули сьогодні.
then just to summarize today's discussion, we are now developing the national strategy for the period of 2025, and we have representatives of the cabinet ministers and the parliament. Unfortunately, we don't have representatives of the presidential office. It would be good to involve all branches of government. And during the last development of the previous strategy, the coordination center was quite active in this part, and potential office representatives were present. It would improve the dialogue, I believe. I also think it's important to keep raising the issue of safety of activists, because oftentimes this isn't just about their safety in places like Odessa. There's also the question of safety of activists in Crimea. I thank the speakers of this panel, and hopefully next time we'll be able to discuss this in Vilnius. Thank you.
Маємо чи ні? 2 хвилини? Добре.
Yes.
Шановні колеги, вітаємо вас у
Dear
студії.
colleagues, we welcome you in the studio. We continue our Ukraine Reform Conference. Our panel is dedicated to the reform of e-governance and democracy. We have experts, government representatives, and we have Sergei Loboyko, head of Center for Innovations and Ideology of the key budget of this City of Kiev, Irina Rabchinska, Deputy Minister for Digitalization, and online we have Nicole Gruder, the Director of Swiss Bureau for Cooperation in Ukraine. I'd like to ask and first give the floor to the author of Analytical Brief to Sergei Loboyko. Please tell us about how you evaluate the activity of reform of e-governance in Ukraine. What are the success stories and what are your recommendations? Hello, everyone. I understand since this is a discussion panel, let me kick off and we will continue. You see, we took the path of open process of public consultations involving a wide range of authors and experts from various civil groups. It is very good that we have Nadia Babinska here participating, and what we've achieved today, you can look at the website of UA Reforms. This is the snapshot of where we are today. The situation is developing fast. We already have specific, fairly powerful centers of impact. On the one hand, we talk about electronic democracy. This center is created on the basis of the Parliament of Ukraine, and the first product they produced is the bill that went through the first reading. It's about the all-Ukrainian referendum. It uses electronic technologies, and it envisages that over time, Ukraine will have electronic voting tool. And now we have a whole portfolio of bills that will be further elaborated and that will create a lot of new tools that are not used in Ukraine today, but that will use new technologies and will become drivers of e-governance development in Ukraine. We actively involve middle class, young people, because using this information, we see that young people want to use electronic petitions, participatory budget, and so on. And in this respect, it is very important to make sure that in addition to issues that we put on the agenda from this center, from our center, but so that the government, and in particular the Ministry of Digital Transformation, takes a more active part. It is headed by a very advanced and open-minded person, and they're trying to involve as many stakeholders as possible. And they are now developing interaction platform, and they are working on integrating various instruments, the current ones and the future ones to be developed, to get the better results and better services for the citizens. One of the breakthrough tools that were developed and already introduced to the parliament and in consultation with previous government, the current government wants to pass a law on public consultations. In our opinion, this is a breakthrough instrument. It's a really special tool because it will, as far as policy making is concerned, if this tool is introduced, it will bring it up to a whole new level. I don't see priority ministries as a priority in other ministries and e-democracy. This is probably because ministries are mostly focused on introducing on digitalization of services and so on. All this is very fine and is indeed needed, but all reforms of this nature or need to take into account what's happening offline, and that's why it's important to involve as many stakeholders as possible and involve the general public. And in fact, IT is just a support tool. What is more important is the ultimate goal that we're trying to achieve, and the trust that we can rely upon. There are interesting research pieces that were carried out in Denmark. It shows that just a 10% increase in trust, it results in 0.5% of GDP growth for any nation. So this is a global thing, and we really need to concentrate our efforts on this. And the European strategy for digitalization talks about the same thing, and that is that transformation based on data. There should be data derivatives, because quality data radically changes the decision-making process. It changes the approach to public consultations, to the discourse. It removes a lot of emotional things. And indeed, we have a lot of confirmations to this effect. And it is important to involve stakeholders and bodies of self-governance And we believe politicians need to really change their stance, because real democracy develops in the regions. Even participatory budget uh, wasn't born in Kiev. It was born and rather evolved at the grassroots level. So, of course, there are more recommendations in the policy brief. I don't have time to go through most of them now. I think I shouldn't monopolize the time and pass on to Lyudmila Repshinska, Deputy Minister for Digital Transformation. She overlooks the public services sector. Please, could you respond to the briefs, and could you tell us which recommendations could be taken into account and which ones cannot be? Thank you all. I welcome our viewers, both online and offline. Indeed, the brief has been very well written. It's all encompassing. It's very deep. Thank you, Serhiy, for your contribution and being so responsive to our queries. And thank you for supporting our reform efforts. As far as what Serhiy mentioned and the brief content, well, the Ministry of Digital Transformation works in all of these areas. We've made some significant strides ahead. We are now in November. We started in early spring, and we've covered a lot of ground. As far as e-democracy is concerned, we know we set ourselves a very ambitious goal to be in top 20 on the UN list of countries where democracy is rapidly developing. Currently, we're number 46. We want to be in top 20. That's why we're developing these services for electronic petitions, electronic queries, electronic data requests, public projects, as well, of course, electronic elections to public councils. These are the main areas of that we're currently covering. In addition to this, we will certainly be providing extra information to the public on how people can get in touch with particular ministry or government department, and this will all enhance electronic participation. Next step would be to pass new bills, such as the first one is public consultations, also the law on referendum, both national and local level. Another bill that we expect to be passed next year is electronic petitions. We all support this, actively staying on top of things, while we realize that particular mechanisms have priority. All of this, of course, is even more stimulated, so to speak, by COVID-19, because now we are forced to do a lot of things online and remotely and so on. Some countries abolished electronic voting in the past, but now with COVID-19 rampant, many countries are changing their mind yet again, and they're thinking it's actually a good idea to consider this again. Um, Cybersecurity during elections become more and more important. We are certainly going to work on that in earnest. Now, my main goals is to make sure that all services, all government services are available online. We now have 46 services already available on our electronic platform, but we are expanding the range. We are improving the interface, and people who fill out the forms online feel intuitively what's going to happen next and how they can get new services. And thanks to close cooperation with various experts, gave us a very good result that is quite comparable actually with the frontrunners. And as far as other areas of our activities, we understand e-governance cannot exist separately from internet availability. The two go hand in hand, and the latest data is that we are now covering 5.5 million Ukrainian homes with internet. It's 4G generation internet, and Ukraine's territory is over 9,000 towns and villages. As far as education is concerned, of course, our ministry cares about digitalization not only at the level of technologies, but also at the level of skills. So we are trying to do our best, and we've already used a digital platform for education. Over 1 million people used it. It's a fairly good result because it's a completely new tool. And to us, the challenge is not just to introduce these tools, but also get people to use them, because most people don't even know they exist or how to use them. So another important area of our activities is to transform institutions of public administration, creating a new CDTO. Those have been introduced in almost all ministries, and it's not just a new position, because there's a lot of content behind it, and it is expected to foster digitalization of every ministry that would have this component built into its structure. And hopefully a couple of years from now, we will have new registers, new electronic registers, and most processes will be digitalized. We now have it installed in some regional administrations as pilot projects, and planning to roll this out further next year. I can't help but mentioning that our ministry tries to keep both the data open, but at the same time protect personal data. So it's a delicate balance, actually, that we're trying to maintain here. Personal data protection is important. We fully realize our responsibility in this area, and we're trying to actively cooperate with civil society to respond to their needs. Thank you very much, and we can now continue.
Наш
I'm also reminding our TV viewers that you can ask questions in the chat, and then we'll ask them. And so, as we are using the digital methods of communication, and we have also participants online, and we have Nicole Ruder, the head of the Swiss Office of Cooperation with Ukraine, and I will asking Mrs. Nicole. You are watching a number of changes in Ukraine. What are the challenges in Ukraine? So you have this external vision, and you have also your experience of collaboration in different countries. I'm passing the floor to you.
Well, thank you very much. It is really a pleasure to participate in today's discussion on e-governance and e-democracy reform. No one could have predicted how much of a digital transformation 2020 would bring. If I am now sitting here participating in a panel and in a conference online with questions being sent by viewers, and this is nothing special anymore. This has become our new reality, our new normality. Digitalization is really, and I think one of the other speakers has also mentioned it, is one of the areas that has been boosted by COVID. We have all become far more comfortable with digital tools than we were a year ago. And it clearly also is a boost for e-democracy, and in particularly for e-governance. I will, in my first answer to you, focus a bit more on e-governance, and I would like to raise three issues. One is digitalization versus digital transformation. One is the startup culture versus public institutions. And the last one is the grandfather and the granddaughters. So the government, and in particular the Ministry of Digital Transformation, has a very ambitious digital transformation agenda. We heard the Deputy Minister. It is an agenda that has the potential to greatly increase the transparency and efficiency of governance and also of public services. We see digital transformation as a very important tool for modernizing citizen-state relations, a tool that can help eliminate corruption in many sectors, a tool to build more efficient, transparent, and inclusive governance across the sectors, but also at different levels of governance. But in order to become a true tool for positive changes, we need to understand the difference between digitalization and digital transformation. Digitizing a mess will not make things better. I think we all have tried to digitize our old pictures, photographs, and they do not miraculously transform themselves into a nice album of your childhood memories. But it is when we can use digitalization to introduce a new and smart way of approaching things that it can become truly transformative. The greatest challenge for digital transformation, though, is humans. And frequent communication, information sharing, consultations, training, capacity building are absolutely true. Smart programming is important, hardware can be important, but we all know, and some of you have heard me say this before, very often the problem sits between the chair and the keyboard. Which brings me to my second point, the startup culture versus the public institutions. The innovative nature of digital transformation allows it to leapfrog ahead, to jump from the carrier pigeons straight to the cell phone without going through Morse code, telegraph, landline. But in order to become the new normal, in order to become sustainable, in order to become accessible to all, digital transformation also needs to be institutionalized. And the institutionalization of digital transformation, that is where the hard work is. It takes time, but it's the ultimate challenge for true transformation. And I believe it is feasible, but it should not be underestimated. So it is very important, the work that the Ministry for Digital Transformation is doing by trying to anchor in each and every line ministry digital transformation so that it is owned by all ministries and owned by all ministers. At the same time, the Ministry for Digital Transformation has the not so easy task to have a strong coordination role and to ensure compatibility, interoperability among the different government institutions. I will come back to the question of trust later on, but interoperability is, if it doesn't exist, one of the biggest trust killers you can possibly have. Then last but not least, when it comes to coordination, it is also very important to coordinate the support by development partners. Let's be very honest, I am part of this development partner group, and we can definitely contribute to digital confusion. So it's quite important that we are a bit disciplined as well, and that we help the government through these three-tier coordination structure to put a bit of order into all that very well-intended support that is there to help Ukraine along in digital transformation. This brings me to my last point, the grandfather versus the granddaughter. The first speaker spoke about the young middle class in particular as one of the target audiences, but in general, I feel that Ukrainians have a very high level of digital literacy. Of course, there are large differences between cities and rural areas and across generations. But it is key to the digital transformation bit, the transformative bit, that what we do does not leave people behind. I have repeatedly asked the over-enthusiastic advocates of digital solutions how we should deal with the didusas and the babushkas of Ukraine. How do we make sure that we don't leave people behind? And I usually get a very smart answer. The didus and the babushka, they have grandchildren, and the grandchildren can help them, because they are digital literate, to do the online petitions and to fill in the online forms. And it's true, there is nothing that grandparents like more than grandchildren coming around to help them. But digital literacy is only one part of the equation. The other part of the equation is trust. Do you trust this application? Trust is gained with results, with examples, with proof. And I think it was mentioned by the Deputy Minister also, there is questions of data protection. There is questions whether applications work or if they suddenly crash. There is questions of who is the government behind the application. But while digital transformation is a great tool to build trust, it also needs to be trustworthy. And that again requires quite a bit of effort. We do believe that Ukraine is on the right track. If we look at the DIA app, it is providing truly transformative services to now millions of citizens. The platform Osvita DIA is giving people free access to increasing their digital skills. The sector working groups on digital transformation are addressing coordination issues. And I do believe that there is a balance being struck, in particular by the ministry, between innovation and institutionalization. And trust is growing, and Switzerland is definitely very happy to continue its support for digital transformation. One of the speakers spoke about data, because digital transformation and the use of data go hand in hand. And let me just finish with one statement about a truly important event. The World Data Forum is going to take place in Switzerland next year. And if we talk about evidence-based, digitally transformative use of empirical data, to do policy, to do transformation, and to do reforms, this is definitely something I would keep an eye on. And then, last but not least, yes, my mother will also get a new smartphone to deal with the second half of COVID after Christmas. With that, I'll leave it and hand it back to the moderators. Thank you very much.
Спасибо большое, пані Ніколь. Ми ще повернемося
Thanks
до
a lot, Mrs. Nicole. We will come back to the questions later. Now I'm passing the floor to Mrs. Neti, who is the coordinator of Open App. What are your remarks about the open data and what could be the further transformations in the next year? Thanks a lot. Thanks, Nicole, for finishing her speech with data. That's what our initiative is dealing with. We have been dealing with this for 2 years. It's both startup volunteers and business and civil society who joined together. We are spending our time to open data in Ukraine. And we have a joke that if someone is asking what is the biggest threat of your startup on the open data, and the answer is open data. So I will give an example of the most needed register of the judicial entities and physical entrepreneurs. So a number of apps are based also on this register because this register used to be accessible only to by 1/3. And from December, the Ministry of Justice started to open almost all the data. But from August this year, again, they stopped opening this data. So they are saying that these are due to some technical aspect, but still they're selling access to those data. DIA is a service and it's very good to sell it to the citizens because it's already based on the data, usually on the open data. And Office of the Effective Regulation was conducting research and calculated that there are more than 2 million users of those services based on open data. So the state should provide the opening of the data. Unfortunately, we have the situation that we as a society, we have to spend our funds, our resources, and I would tell you that we have already spent more than 80,000 hryvnias for the court proceedings to get access to the data, which would assist us in drafting special applications such as open data, easy way, and so on. So instead of designing some applications, some programs to develop our programs, we have to fight for the data. That's why I see the main challenges in the open data area. First of all, that's the administration of legislation. In fact, we have very good legislation. There is a decree or what open data could be used and how it could be used. And also there are standards. But the implementation, in fact, is very bad. We saw some progress in 2017, but we can see that the Cabinet of Ministers and the Ministry of Digitalization are not willing to open the data. And we can see it on the example of the example of the register. It's very good that the Ministry of Digital Transformation and we should be working more now to protect the data. And we need this institutional support. With all our trust to the ministry, unfortunately, we would say that not all possible is done. And the ministry sometimes is making some statement, but no one is listening to them. And what is important, mostly what is done in the area of open data is done due to the assistance of the international donors. We should also develop the institution capacity of the ministry. So, for example, when the project is over, they should still have the capacity. Because, for example, when TAPAS project is over, what the ministry will have? So TAPAS was implementing a lot of steps and activities to keep the open data. So I'm afraid what we will have when all the projects are over. Will the ministry have the capacity to develop and to create new registers? And usually all the registers are developed with the funds of the sponsors and donors from international community. So what are the priorities for the Ministry of Digital Transformation, or what are the priorities for the cabinet of ministers? And we can see that open data are just not included into the strategic documents. For example, if there was a government strategy, a short-term one, there was the sphere of open data should be developed, the concept of digital economy, and everywhere, in fact, this issue of open data was included. We understand that the cabinet of ministers should show quick wins, but data, that's the fact, is the background for creation of the outcomes, and it cannot be shown as a quick win. But we understand that without this data, we cannot develop open data, because it's this process-driven decision, open data-driven decision, and only when we have this data, we can analyze them and have the following analytics. What you've mentioned about the communication and communication with the society. It's very good that we have those contact points in all the ministries, and from what I know, it's not their task to develop the open data. So it looks like we are inviting all those contact points from the ministries and inviting them. Let's open the financial priorities, the financial reports, and so on. So, but we can see that we have a lot of meetings, working groups, and we are joined to different drafting of documents, meeting, but there are no outcomes. And what we have now, the security service is arresting those who are selling those data. So under the legislation, this data should be open. I believe that it could be one of the tools to counter corruption, in fact. We don't have the feeling that we are being communicated. In fact, we are always contacting, and we are always saying that you can use our resources. We are open to collaboration. Sometimes, very rarely, we are being heard. And you have been talking a lot about the COVID, and Lyudmila and Miss Nicole, everyone was mentioning it. But the ministry didn't become the flagman during the COVID. The medical statistics in Ukraine needs reforming and access to medical data, because COVID is not only about the medicine, but also about the social data. From April, when the active pandemic situation started, we were requested the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Digitalization that they should publish the quality of data on the COVID. The situation improved, but we cannot say that we have quality data which are up to date or full about the COVID. But in Taiwan, for example, I like this example, that on the first day of the coronavirus, they also had this app where you could see the drug store which have all the necessary pills and protection masks. So I've already mentioned the situation with the startup. So you are designing a service and you always under the stress because you do not know how the government will change the data access. And Nicole mentioned that interoperability is in fact one of the key issues. And it would be great if the Ministry of Digital Transformation became a leader in this process. Ukraine should join the European framework, interoperability framework, not to rewrite the system and registers which we are creating now. They should be opened by design and with the integration of interoperability with the European system. I am not even speaking about the usage of those data by the government, because when you are coming and you need this data, they do not see, especially at the executive level, they do not see why they need these data. So they do not see any value in those data. They do not understand why they need to have the data on the public transportation in the city to take the decisions in a clear way based on the data. And the society can, in fact, analyze and assist in this. And I would like to wrap up by the fact that the representative of the European Commission responsible for the digital translation, he said that I will answer with one word, it's data. Unfortunately, the Ukrainian government does not see it as the future, and I do hope that it will be changed because, in fact, we are tired of fighting for the data. We want them to be transparent and accessible. And the financial reporting and also the information on the land ownership and also the data on COVID pensions, and also the information about the health system in Ukraine. These are the pressing data aspects. So we should take them into account while the digital transformation, which is truly not only digitalization. Thank you, Ms. Nadia. I think that we have the possibility to reflect on what you've said and about the vision. Do we have a vision? Do we have a strategy? What is about the open data in the strategy? What are the next steps in the next year? Thank you, Ms. Nadia. Thank you for paying attention for the open data. Last year and 1 year and 2 months, and the Vice Prime Minister Mikhailo Fedorov mentioned that Ukraine should become a top 3 countries on open data indicator. It's a very good statement, which explains what is the aim of the Ministry of Transportation, digital transformation, and where we are moving forward. I believe that those who are interested in open data understand what are those top 10 countries are. We know that there are 3 main ratings on open data, and it doesn't matter which rating. Mikhailo Fedorov is aiming at being in the top 3 in any of the ratings. I'm not taking care of the open data. I used to be responsible for this for several months when the ministry was established. Now another deputy is responsible for them. I think it would be great to have collaboration with them. I believe that they have already some outcomes, and I see the outcomes on our web portal regularly updated. That's why I just want to state the open data issue is not piled down. As for the modernization of the register of legal entities and natural persons entrepreneurs. We had this issue because the software of this register was changed, but we understand that the modernization of this registry was needed. It was not possible to use any service based on this old-fashioned register. And we are regularly listening we're regularly listening the information about the radar attacks on the registries, and that's why the cybersecurity issue is one of the topical ones. And all the registers should be modernized, and it's one of the priorities. So to move forward, we have to take into account that we cannot move forward in all the directions at once. Access will be given when all those digital transformation will be finished. So I was trying to discuss whether the paid app, and I haven't received this confirmation. But as for now, I know that the data are not given neither free nor for paid. So a question from chat. What are the tools accessible for the citizens to get the access to government? For example, I'm a citizen and I'm willing to become a president. How can I participate in the governance? I believe this is the question to everyone. Who is ready to answer? It's a number of tools which already exist and gives the possibility to react to some issues. So for example, it could be in a way, in the form of claims or proposals, or a request for public information. But there are also a number of other tools which give the possibility to participate in the governance. So first of all, how they are designed in practice by a specific state institution which is maintaining them, and how this practical tool is being implemented. We have a number of institutions which introduced the first tool. It was like a digital literacy campaign. This was the e-petitions. And this was the way to explain to people that they should not solve the issue through Facebook, but through the petitions, and in this way to influence the power. We have a number of cases when it was ignored, and then the society gave its the reaction. So the lack of trust completely the trust was completely lost in those institutions who were not willing to introduce at least this tool. So we were also assessing the indicator on Kari, and after the elections, we were planning to present this research. It's very interesting, but we can see that the practice of use of those tools in the regions is correlated with the results of the public voting. So where they took it very seriously, the results were very positive. And the local community had the chance to develop those digital tools. And in those regions where these were only words, the results are also very similar. So it means that we shouldn't only design these tools and build them. We should have a comprehensive approach. It should be inclusion of everything when all the stakeholders are involved. Why do we need those expertise? We should learn how to work with this. That's a skill which we should use. And I hope that the implementation of the procedure which we have in the law on public consultation will teach us. I fully agree with you that the e-petitions is a very great tool which appeared recently, and people are using them very actively, and I'm very thankful to citizens they are proactive and using them. Unfortunately, people cannot see the reaction of the institution in a very quick way, but we should remember that the issues are quite different. Some of them need a very thorough analysis and changes, even after the petition had the necessary number of votes. And I would like to say to everyone that the main idea to be heard is implemented. And the next point is how quickly the institution can react. And I believe that all the petitions which received the necessary number of votes, they will get the reaction from this institution. That's the collaboration which we already mentioned. Also designing and planning of it. So we've planned to draft a mechanism how to monitor the reaction of the state institution on those petitions. In fact, on any requests of the citizens, to keep track of those claims. And we are consulting with different international partners, and all the time we are being asked, so don't put the too ambitious goals. So you should have not declare that we have the possibility to claim, but that we should provide the possibility for the state institutions to react accordingly and to implement what was asked in the petition. That's why growing of the trust of the citizens is one of the main functions of the Ministry and the policy, and we are quite aware that it should be implemented and supported. The level of trust should be also time supported. Thank you for your comment from Ms. Nadia. I would like to say that to start governing, you should first start controlling your government. And you should first ask whether your institution have a website. So if no, then you should come to local authority and ask for the documents on the basis of which they are adopting the decision. If it's a city, then they usually have the communications through the open city, and that's a possibility to talk about the issues. And the e-petitions which are on from 2015, and also you can come to the sitting of the commission, to the sitting of the plenary session of your local administration. You have this right, and if they do not allow you, you can call police. You can also participate in, and different local authorities are defining the way, the procedures, how the local citizens can participate in those meetings. And now it's very important, the budgets are being formed. So please ask how they're being formed. Do not allow to adopt those budgets without knowledge of what is inside them and secretly. We have open data on the budget funds, how they're allocated. So they're called spending of UA.
So you can consult with your village council, city council, and if you want to know who does any particular work, well, such as open data control port, it's like a special portal where you can see uh, who are the subcontractors who are building the local project or something. and you will know exactly what's going on in your community. So I, for instance, was one of the developers on provisions of e-petitioning in Chernivtsi City Council. And initially, they were quite active, but this was immediately after Maidan events. But later on, the government was more and more reluctant to respond to civil initiatives and the petitions and so on. And we had to step up our efforts to get the local authorities to hear the local community and the volunteers. Later on, we began to see decisions coming out of the local authorities that we were totally unaware of. And we were dissatisfied, and we had some protests of citizens because people were certainly very frustrated with all this. Well, it's not so much about uh, the results, but it's how do we measure the effectiveness? Do any of you monitor the index of e-democracy and e-governance? Does such index exist? Is it possible to measure the level of activity? And perhaps separate ministries have those indices available to them? Could you please respond to this? Well, very briefly, 3 years in a row, we've been developing the index of e-democracy, and we've been doing this more and more effectively with a wide range of partners. We are continuing with Transparency International because they care more about openness. But we look more at how, through specific instruments and tools and their practice, everything works with participation. It is good that this year we also have the Ministry of Digital Transformation on our side. This was their initiative, by the way, which we, of course, welcomed. But it's a very good sign. If this later on becomes a national initiative, it will make the policy in this area more understood by the general public. Also, the ambitious goal that Ludmila mentioned to be in top 20, actually, as far as our current place, we are within e-democracy top 50 list. That's already fantastic. But because we are competing with more than 200 countries of the world. So that's already a fairly impressive accomplishment. But if we want to be within top 20, well, that's just a dream come true. But we must really try and see what we can do. In my opinion, the team, rather policy, that the Ministry of Digital Transformation represents, it's really their responsibility. And it seems like the first time in Ukrainian history we can get CDTO. This creates unprecedented administrative possibility to do the transformation. Just to remind you, our partners from the EU in particular, they have made up their mind that we need to use the tandem digital transformation, user-friendly, and of course, data-driven. These three components are interlinked. And I saw this, how well it works when we talk about participation and how often, or rather, how in what a powerful way it can change things. Civil society development, of course, varies depending on the region, but within 4 to 5 months, we saw a fantastic transformation in the culture of dialogue between the civil society and the government at the low regional level. They forget about emotions and they start talking about specific cases, specific projects. And government should invest into democracy. So imagine without all these pre-election battles, in Kramatorsk city site, they have posted a participatory budget, and they are already budgeting twice as much money than for the standard budget. And Nadia said, let's see how our money is spent. But they're making the next step, or they want people to evaluate what capital expenses are spent for. Because there's always shortage of funds. So the issue is, how do you find consensus? Let's see which school we should renovate first. And they simply expect people to provide their feedback. And it comes from the grassroots level. But at the national level, we could do the same. Last year, when we had the first community meeting at the presidential office, I raised one simple issue. Let's see if we can implement a national project, a national public budget. It could become a powerful mechanism of changing our traditional paternalistic conscience. Because citizens, there is this inertia among citizens. They tend to prefer to wait for the government to do something for them, make decisions for them, and so on. They lack initiative to participate personally and be more active in the decision-making process. So that's what we're trying to change. And I believe the goal of top 20 will become a much more realistic. And it won't be just a goal, because we will transform our system. It will be more democratic and it will be very modern. I'd like to give you a quote from European Commission. It's an opinion of United Nations. It's a data is the lifeblood of decision making and raw material for accountability. Because only having involved professional people, you can control this whole system. In conclusion, they say, without high quality data, effective policies become almost impossible. And respectively, dialogue between the civil society and the government becomes or moves to a very new quality. Well, actually, I share everything that he mentioned. Indeed, I like data a lot, and I use it in my work completely. There are mistakes, of course, occasionally, and it's only natural because often human error plays its part and mistakes are made during data collection. That's fine. But you see, making a top 20, it's, you see, nothing new, because in 2008, we were in the index of e-participation in the UN. So it's something that we enjoyed in the past, because we simply lost our position and other countries went ahead while we stayed at the same level. I think we are still capable of catching up. And as far as how we are planning to collect data, jointly with the State Service for Statistics, we are planning next year to hold monitoring using e-democracy tools, involving government bodies as well as local self-governance. And in this way, we will be able to get a much more accurate picture about how e-tools are actually used in this country. Thank you very much. We are running out of time now. Can you please now each take your final remarks so that we can wrap up? Thank you. I'd like to return the government's attention to open data, to work, investments, prioritizing, because this is a really strategic goal. It's an inseparable part of fighting corruption and fostering innovations, modernizing this country. Otherwise, we'll just have a bunch of services created by the government and won't have any progressive startups. Nicole, do you have anything as a closing remarks or any feedback?
Yeah, I'm very happy to. Thank you. It has been a very interesting discussion. Maybe just to conclude, two quick comments. I believe the trust between citizens and the government, which has been a topic throughout this last hour, is actually also linked to expectation management. And I think when it comes to digital transformation, we don't transform a society with a click alone. It takes more than that. And I think this is why communication around digital transformation is so important. But I also really believe that the Ministry for Digital Transformation is doing currently an excellent job. I think when you had to answer, Deputy Minister, a whole number of questions, well, you should do this, 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 and that, you rightly said you have to prioritize a bit, because there are certain low-hanging fruits that you can push now. There are certain things that have to come later. And I believe the way you have been moving forward is very agile, and it is a very modern way of doing things. So I can only encourage you to find that balance between the agility that is needed, the institutionalization of things, but then also the expectation management. We want to expect a lot, but we also will be disappointed if we expect that if I like or if I click on a e-petition, that my world will change instantly and I can just sit back and watch it happen. So we truly believe that digital transformation is going to be one of the key things for Ukraine. We'll continue to support it, and we're much looking forward to the continuation of this.
Дуже дякую, пані Ніколь. І, можливо, тоді на фінальну репліку так
Thank you, Nicole. And perhaps for final remark, 3, 4 key priorities for next year. Could you please highlight those?
Звичайно, да. Можна я відрефлексую, як всі
Well,
спікери
if
говорили.
possible,
Щодо закінчення,
uh,
звичайно, вам скажу про
I'd like
пріоритети,
to
які насправді в нас
first express my thoughts that I feel going through my mind right now.
вночі розбудили, і вони розказують про наші 4 цілі. Ми з ними лягаємо
But
спати
I will tell you about our 4 goals a little later on.
Ми, звичайно, про них всі пам'ятаємо і розуміємо, куди ми рухаємося. А
We
щодо
understand
того,
clearly where we're moving.
завершення і як результат того,
As a result of what was discussed today,
почула, як і від
what I've heard today
швейцарського
from my colleagues
з того, що я почула
and
останнім часом,
what I've been hearing lately from the general public,
на вихідних
you know,
лекцію
I recently read a lecture by Roman Vashchuk, who used to be Ukrainian ambassador to Canada for quite a long time
дуже люблю
after the Revolution of Dignity.
слів, наприклад,
I also read memoirs about from other diplomats. The reason I like this is because our foreign partners
перший ніж, які працюють щоденно
uh,
з
find it a little easier
European helicopter review,
to see things from a bird's eye view.
в тому, що ми можемо
And I agree with them because we could set a lot of ambitious goals and move towards them, but
проміжок часу
be late.
і ось вони будуть дуже часто
And oftentimes
погоджувалися
they
80%, тому що 80%
often tell us that you should, if you reach 80% instead of 100, you should still enjoy it because it means that you've covered a lot of ground. So I think I like this idea. If we see the result, it may not be 100%. We should
почувати себе
relish, we should enjoy it,
так і почувати себе як країна, яка рухається вперед.
and be fine about it.
Міністерство цифрової трансформації кожен
And our ministry
працює незалежно від того, на якій посаді міністр заступник
currently works with many government officials at different levels, from the minister to the rank and file staff members in the ministries, civil servants,
трансформації.
trying to communicate our messages and trying to lead. And we're trying to do a better job next year. And it's 100% government services online. 95% of Ukraine should be covered with 4G internet. This is our second goal. And the third goal for next year is to train 6 million people in e-literacy and increasing the GDP contributions so that the digitalization in Ukraine helps Ukrainian economy to grow and expanding our GDP. Hopefully, we will have easier time with COVID-19 next year, and if so, things will get a little easier for us. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the organizers and all the participants, and we'll keep in touch until next time. This is a great opportunity to hear constructive criticism from everyone. Thank you. Just to conclude, you know, what the guru of data said, raw data now. This is exactly the thing that we should be focusing our attention for next year. This wraps up our meeting. Thank you very much.